something weird, you can tell me.
If you just joined via phone, please identify yourself so we can identify you in the meeting.
The host would like you to mute your microphone. You can press *6 to unmute.
I've been trying to admit Jane for a minute now.
Morning, Mr. Jaime.
The host would like you to unmute your microphone. You can press *6 to unmute. You are unmuted.
Okay, thank you.
You are muted.
There's Chris. Morning, Chris.
Good morning, sir.
Good to see you. See all these people in recliners, and Mr. Jaime's going to stand up all day.
I don't know if you want. You know that sitting's the new cancer, they say.
So do you see Mr. Schulte or Mr. DeShock yet?
I have not seen either of them.
Okay. Jana, they're going to keep you muted, so don't worry about it.
Hello, if you've just entered by phone, please identify yourself so that we can identify you for the meeting. If you're a member of the public, just state member of the public and I'll change your name to that. Thank you.
I'm a member of the public.
Thank you very much. Bruce is on his way in right now.
Okay. There he is. Morning, Bruce.
I believe Casey is on their way in right now.
Okay. Mr. DeShock, welcome. Good to see you today.
Yes, you do. You do. Yesterday, most of Dillingham had a GCI outage, so we'll see if the internet holds through. If not, I'm sure I can switch to maybe a call-in number or something. But for right now, everything's working really well.
Okay. One thing we found, if you get spotty, if you turn off your video and just leave the audio on, sometimes that that helps, but if you have to get off and call in, Randy or Nathan will make sure that you get identified so at least you can hear and participate even if we can't see you.
Okay.
What I'll do, Casey, is go ahead and send you that information now in case it happens.
Okay, no problem.
Okay, so
This meeting is
show
being
is
recorded.
9:01 a.m. So I'm going to call the Marijuana Control Board Working Group meeting to order on September 16th, 2020 at 9:01 a.m. This is our first attempt at a Zoom meeting. So I want to give a little bit of a background and a little bit of an idea of how I perceive today will go. Then I will let Mr. Hall and Ms. Baker sort of explain anything that I got wrong or that I left out. But this is a Zoom professional product, and so everybody will be muted except for staff and board. You should keep yourself muted if you're not talking. Those are their board and staff. If we need to bring people in from the audience, then either Randy or Nathan will take care of that for us. They will be the host and will be monitoring all of this so that I can run the meeting and I don't have to worry about the technology of this thing. When we do a regular board meeting and have public testimony, we'll do things a little bit differently, but we're not expecting any public testimony today. This is a work session for the board and staff. So we have a couple of items on our agenda, a couple of executive sessions. The way it works, as I understand it, since we use a different product down here in Juneau, is there will be a breakout session when we go into executive session. And the staff will send each board member and each staff member that will be part of that an invite to go into that breakout session. Once we're in that breakout session, only the people in there can hear each other, see each other, and nobody else can, although they can stay on the line so that when we come back out, we can make known what went on the best we can, or go about our business. And we will have 2 of those breakout sessions early on, and then we will go into the work session. As I understand it, when we get to noon and we take a break for lunch, you can disconnect and then reconnect if you want, or you can just simply turn off the video, turn off the audio, and come back an hour later, and you should be able to turn it back on and we'll rejoin the meeting. Either way works, but I think the actual Zoom meeting will stay open during that noon time. It will not be closed off. So we're going to give this a try. Mr. Klinkhart and myself and Mr. Brady and staff tried this out the other day. It worked pretty well for us. And we will be sure to have staff keep us in line. And I know Ms. Wilson's trying to get my attention, so I will let her speak now.
Just to clarify for the minutes, Mr. Chair, in addition to this being a work session, it is also a special meeting. As you noted, we're going into executive session on 2 matters. One of those is a seizure hearing that does not require public notice because it's a quasi-judicial issue. The other one is an executive session to receive attorney-client advice regarding another matter that's mentioned in the agenda, green zone. So we'll talk about that in executive session, and I would imagine we would want staff in that as well, and then after that to open it up to the parties.
Yes, we will.
Through the chair, this is Nathan Hall. I just wanted the board to understand the people that are going to be involved in the executive session, you will get an invite, as Lauren mentioned. You may get that a little bit early, so in other words, don't click yes to join the breakout meeting until the actual executive session has started, just so there's lack of confusion. Thank you. Okay, thanks, Mr. Hall. My screen right now just has Joan on there. I don't know if you guys did anything. Normally I see everybody now. I just see Joan and a few of us at the top.
I don't know wwhether that's my setting or you guys,
Lauren.
or your guys' setting.
That was something I hit. I apologize. I
Okay.
fixed it.
Okay, because usually I see the Brady Bunch and, there I go.
No, I tapped the wrong thing. I apologize. Thanks for bringing
Okay.
that to my attention.
All right, no problem. So anyway, this will be a attempt. Mr. Jaime.
A quick question. I never got an agenda for this meeting. How long are you proposing this to last?
We've got this set up all day. I am hoping that the 2 executive sessions will be relatively short, and that we will probably go till sometime mid-afternoon. I do not expect this to go all day, but there is a possibility that it could be, depending on how in-depth we want to get in terms of all the enforcement policies and the material that gets presented to us after our 2 executive sessions.
Yes, sir. I do appreciate that. If we can maybe prioritize the way we do things, because there's no way I can be here all day. I am extremely busy today.
Well, we're going to try to get the 2 executive sessions out of the way, and if you need to leave during the work session, that'll be okay. But I think you need to be here for the first two sessions, and we should be done, I'm hoping, before an hour with that. That's my hope. We'll see once we get into the session and talk with the attorney to see just how long it's going to take.
And the work sessions don't require a quorum.
Thank you. Yes. And I think that Mr. Brady, the chair of the ABC board, may be joining us at some time today. And I will be joining the ABC board meeting when they have their enforcement work session at the end of the month. I think they're meeting on the 30th, I believe, somewhere in there toward the end of September. Basically, you'll see Nathan Hall there and Randy Baker. Those are the 2 staff people that have trained themselves on Zoom, have worked through all of the bugs. They know the technology. I'd remind people, both the board and the public, we put 2 tabs on there. One is the meeting code of conduct and the Zoom frequently asked questions. Please be familiar with those. I'm not going to go over those. I don't think we need to talk about those. Staff can be able to control issues. We've had a couple issues here in Juneau with assembly meetings where people have interrupted, tried to hack in. Staff have a way to get those people out of the Zoom meeting and bar them from coming back in, and they will do that if anything untoward happens. So we will try to make sure that that does not happen. I will try to pay attention. There are 2 ways board members can get my attention. One is wave like that, and I will hopefully see your hands. If not, there's a function, and depending on where it is on your screen, there is, I think, under either participants or chat, there's a function there called raise hand. And if you do that, then Nathan or Randy will recognize that and let me know that somebody wants to talk. Otherwise, if I see your hand or if I hear your voice, I will try to make sure that I recognize you. Ms. Baker, Mr. Hall, is there anything I have left out or anything you want to explain a little bit farther for the board and participants?
The only thing I wanted to add, this is a question for Jana. My understanding is that for the first executive session, you have a client and a surveyor. Are they on the line?
They're here with me in person.
Okay, perfect. Just want to make sure. Thank you.
Okay.
Real quick, there were a few people that came in via phone only. They've been re-identified as members of the public. If that is not the case, please raise your hand so we can identify you so you can be identified appropriately. Thank you.
Okay. The other thing is they are recording this. It's also a recording with a transcription, so the minutes will be a little bit quicker. And they can identify who's on if you identify yourself when you sign in. There aren't any other further questions. Then I will sort of officially start the meeting and try to follow the agenda here. So, can call to order, Ms. Craig and Mr. Hall, they can, identify the members that are present and the staff that are present. Is there any, changes to the agenda? I don't see anybody raising their hand or don't hear any voice, so I assume that the agenda is approved. Again, tabs 1 and 2 are the meeting code of conduct and the Zoom FAQs. You can be familiar with those. We will keep those up on all of our meetings so that everybody that participates can understand that. So we're now down to board governance. Mr. Schulte.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I apologize because I probably received this and missed it, but I don't seem to have an agenda. I've got the tabs numbered in the various downloads I've received, but I don't have an agenda proper. Am I missing something, or?
The agenda was part of the Zen-Do that Mr. Klinkart sent out, I think, on Saturday. But I will ask staff to send you one quickly.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I'd appreciate it because
it's also got the, yeah, it has the Zoom link and phone numbers to call and that. So anyway, I'll just let you know that there's one executive session on Green Zone, another executive session, RC Tinderbox, and then on the agenda, roughly 11 o'clock, I'm hoping a lot earlier than that, we will start into the actual work session. Okay. But all of the other material has been sent to you in that Zen-Do link on Saturday with all the backup material. You should have received a Zen-2 yesterday that had all of the information that Ms. Welsine submitted. And most of those are pretty large files. They're all zip files. So I will make sure that somebody has sent you an agenda here pretty quick.
Okay. Yeah, I got almost everything else. I just didn't get a document that says agenda.
Okay. Yeah, there was an agenda. It was part of that original document that Mr. Klinkart sent out. Okay. And so on my thing, it says MCB Working Group Enforcement Meeting 9/11/2020 agenda. Okay. I don't know why it says 9/11, but it does.
The last version.
Oh, okay, sorry. I do have it. The word agenda is just not wasn't visible because of the way I have my I've got it. Never mind.
Okay, all right, thank you. So we are now down to board governance, and this is the opportunity if any board member has any change in their status related to potential conflicts or anything like that. Just a simple no change, or if there is a change, we can deal with that. So I'll start with Mr. Schulte.
No changes.
Mr. Heine.
No changes, and I do apologize. I have 3 screens I have to get the mouse through.
Okay, Mr. Miller.
No change.
Mr. DeShock.
No changes.
Okay. All right. So we are now down to executive session 1. On the agenda, it talks about Green Zone. We are going to go into executive session with staff and board only first. Nobody else. We want to hear from our attorney. And after we have gotten advice from our attorney, then if we need to, we will bring in other persons to that executive session. And if not, then we will come back out before we go into executive session 2, just so that the public is aware of what is being discussed in executive session, and we don't merge the two together. So board members and staff that are invited, you should see the host is inviting you to breakout room 1. If you click on join, we will go into that breakout room, and only those people will be able to hear and see each other, and we will do it that way. So unless there's any questions, those who have been invited to the breakout room, you can join now.
Through the chair, this is Nathan Hall. Just letting you know, I am pausing the recording per the rules for executive session.
Okay, thank you.
Nate,
Yes.
are you in the breakout room?
No, I'm not. And so what I'm concerned about is that one of the two of us should be in there and one of us should stay out here, is my understanding of this.
You go in, I'll stay out here.
Okay, all right.
All right, yeah, I thought one of us should probably be in there.
Yeah.
All right, thanks a lot. I'll maintain order here.
Okay.
Yeah, they just told me that I wasn't in there, supposed to be in there, so I came back. I was very confused.
I'm very confused.
Yeah, well, here's my cell, and I can't chat you. It says chat disabled. But my cell phone is 630-913-1113. So just text me if you need anything. But yeah, they booted me back out, so I'm back out.
Okay, one more time, I'm sorry.
Sure, no worries. 630-913-1113.
Okay. Okay, awesome. I'll have it as a backup. Thank you so much, Jana.
Okay, I'll just hang tight until somebody tells me to go back in.
Okay, Nate, I'm sure he'll send you another invite to it, and they'll do it right. They'll do it right then for you. It shouldn't be an issue.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Thanks. If you've just joined the meeting by phone and wish to be identified as anything other than member of the public, please go ahead and speak now. Thank you. If you join the meeting by phone and wish to be identified as anything other than member of the public, please raise your hand by pressing *9. Thank you.
cardio burns fat, right? No. Cardio actually burns calories, usually in the form of carbs in the bloodstream that are then replaced.
All right, well, the ghost of Marvin Gaye is at it again with a brand new lawsuit against Ed Sheeran. But today I'm going to talk about the last lawsuit against Pharrell and Blurred Line. So the question we're dealing with here is, sure, is substantially similar.
As a mom, my thoughts are always on the future. That's why ballot measure 1 scares me. Raising oil taxes $1 billion a year won't solve Alaska's budget problems like they say. Instead of helping families, jobs, and small businesses, they'd give politicians a blank check with no guarantee of results. That's a bad idea. It's the wrong plan at the wrong time. For our future, I'm voting no on 1.
This communication was paid for by One Alaska. Vote no on 1. Top contributors are BP Alaska, ExxonMobil, and ConocoPhillips Alaska.
Everyone ready? Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN Plus team up.
Oh my God.
Epic stories.
This is the way.
The largest streaming TV library. And can't miss sports. Are better together.
Better for everyone.
Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN Plus. Get all 3 for $12.99 a month.
Hey, it's your favorite composer, Kevin MacLeod. Sorry I haven't been playing piano for you recently. I've been busy with this. This is one of the stupidest and most glorious things I've done in a long time. I basically had to do a reboot of like a 1990s
At Coyote, we know that when the weekend rolls around, you have two choices. Kick up your feet or kick up some dirt. If only all decisions would be so easy. Coyote, we dig dirt.
Hey, it's your favorite composer, Kevin MacLeod. This is my piano, The Duchess. Today we're going to be playing in the key of G.
As a mom, my thoughts are on the future. That's why ballot measure 1 scares me. Raising
Hey, it's your favorite composer, Kevin MacLeod. This is my piano, The Duchess. Today we're going to do a thing that I sometimes do, which is just listen to
Welcome to Zoom. Enter your meeting ID followed by pound. You entered 92. This meeting ID does not exist. Please, you have not entered any numbers. Please re-enter your meeting ID followed by pound. You entered 925979393. This meeting ID does not exist. Goodbye. Welcome to Zoom. Enter your meeting ID followed by pound. You have not entered any. You entered 925979393. This meeting ID does not exist. Please re-enter your meeting ID followed by pound. Goodbye. To Zoom. Enter your meeting ID followed by pound. Enter your participant ID followed by pound. Otherwise, just press pound to continue. Please enter the meeting password followed by pound. You entered 755249. This meeting password is invalid. Please re-enter the meeting password followed by pound. You have not entered any numbers. Please re-enter the meeting password followed by pound. You are in the meeting now. There are more than 20 participants in the meeting. You are muted. You can mute or unmute yourself by pressing *6. You have been put on hold by the host. You cannot listen or talk until the host releases the hold. You are muted. You can mute or unmute yourself by pressing *6.
So Nathan, I have a question of you and Randy.
Yes, sir.
During this hour, were you two having to hang around and sort of monitor this process?
Not really. The only thing I had to do, there were a few people I needed to let in through the waiting room, which is no big deal because I just had my laptop open while I was having lunch. So maybe 5 people or so.
Okay. Well, I was just thinking that if we were to do a 2-day meeting like this, whether or not we would need to just basically have everybody get off at lunchtime. If you guys ended up having to monitor this process during that hour when you should be
No
on
big
your
deal.
break as well.
No, it's no big deal. It
Okay.
sends me an alert. I can let them in, no problem.
Okay. Mr. Miller, you look comfortable.
I am very comfortable. I'll have to straighten up here in a minute.
I had to put on my jacket. It's getting cold down here. I was at this meeting Monday night. I was here from 4:30 to almost 9:30, and I kept getting colder and colder. So I sent the manager a note who was upstairs. And I said, use some of that CARES money to heat this building. And he said, it's 100 degrees up here. So I went upstairs at the end of the meeting. He was right. It was like 40 degrees warmer, one floor up.
Holy cow. That's a great heating system.
Well, it's an old building. We're in the part that used to be the fire hall. So anyway.
Firemen don't need heat.
Yeah, well, I told the city manager he belonged in the hot seat anyway. Mr. Klinkhardt, I see you on here twice. Oop, I think one of the staff members just removed part of you. All right, so we have 2 members back. I don't think we're expecting Mr. Jaime back. Mr. Schulte should be joining us shortly. Ah, there he is.
I'm just headed to refill a coffee mug and I'll be sitting right back down here.
Okay, well, we got a couple minutes, so. Southeast doesn't get a lot of sunny days, and I'm missing one very sunny day today.
Oh, no.
So, beautiful sunrise at 6:30 this morning when I was walking the waterfront, but sure am missing the sunshine now. You still burning up your tires between downtown Anchorage and the valley there, Mr. Miller?
I am every day. It feels like every day. Maybe not today. I'm not sure I'm going to get to leave the house today.
So 40,000 mile tires and two tires a year, huh?
I need new tires about every year and a half.
Okay. Well, I have an electric car and I'm in a roadless community. So when I put the car on the ferry 2.5 years ago, it had 8,600 miles on it. It now has 21,000 miles on it.
You can pretty much walk everywhere down there except when it rains.
That's true. Well, I've been trying to walk 5 miles a day, and if you look at my road maps, I'm going all over downtown. From my house in West Juneau down to the end of the Seawalk, up over the hill by the governor's mansion and down by the high school, and I can still just get about 5 miles. So you're right. 4 miles round trip to get back to my, to check my mail if I walk. So it's good exercise for me. Okay, so I'm showing 1 o'clock, and we have all the board members back. Mr. Miller, Mr. DeShock, Mr. Schulte, Mr. Jaime will not be rejoining us. I believe he has a conflict. And Mr. DeShock has a hard stop at 3 o'clock. So with that, Mr. Klinkart, can you get us back on track where you want us to go? And I guess I would like to, at this point, look at maybe stopping about 2:45 so that we as the board members can have any final comments or questions and sort of debrief on the day. And then we can all be out of here around 3 o'clock. So if that's okay with everybody, Mr. Klinkart, where should we go and how do you want us to proceed?
Well, I think that the policies, we're not going to, just to save everybody, we're not going to deep dive because they were kind of sent to you, all of you, to take a look at, see what it is we've come up with, so you know we have them and what they look like. And certainly we can discuss some of them. I am not going to make you go through what is 224 pages of one policy and about a 90 or 100 of another. This was a project. So what I want to do is, well,
you mean my reading all last night was wasted?
No,
no, it's a joke. I did not read this all last night.
Oh, you didn't? Well, you didn't have to say that. No, it's not wasted. In fact, it's just, it's one of those things where I want to have just a very lively discussion, or at least hear what your thoughts are about it. I'm going to just start by telling you a little history, but I'm not going to read 224 pages to you. But the size of policies, let me tell you, no one hates policies and procedures more than I do. Most cops don't like them, but we realize that we're rule followers, and if you don't have your rules written down, you don't know what rules you're supposed to be following. And this was something else that was on that big sheet of paper that was discussed with me my first couple of days. James and I sat down, and when I put the question to him about, hey, I'd like to learn more, so can I get a copy of your policies, procedures? And he told me the history, and I would invite him to, if you want more backstory, but basically they had some that were started back when they were under DPS, and that they had used some of DPS's. They had been working on some, and they'd gone to several directors. But again, this is not to knock anybody. If you don't know much about doing law enforcement policies and procedures, it is a major undertaking. So I can see why they hadn't gotten them. And yet, especially for law enforcement, it is very, very important to have policies and procedures. They are guidelines. They are not what people oftentimes think, that they're unlike a statute, which is pretty black and white. They're guidelines, but if you don't know the guidelines, you don't know what to do. And luckily for me, I spent a year, almost a year, working for the chief of police in Anchorage as a detective, but writing policies and procedures. And it is an art and a science. So what we basically have done is we've used some of this COVID time to put together these overview, essentially right now it's a draft of policies and procedures for how they go about doing their work. And their guidelines. Good policy is narrow enough to give somebody direction and kind of rails to work on, but wide enough to allow for exceptions for, since you're dealing with people, and being able to make good decisions within those. That's the art and the science. What I think we have here is a pretty good foundation of that. And I did not come up with these by myself. Basically, these came from policies and procedures that were written for Anchorage Police, that were written for the troopers, that were written for Palmer, Haynes, even DOC. and the stuff that had been done farther in the prior history here at AMCO, trying to put them all into one or two sections, and that is enforcement unit itself, and then more specialized is firearms. And so we spent the last 4 months working on these. These are a huge jump forward. My goal, however, and I don't want anybody else who's beyond the board, those who are listening, my intention with these is that these will be made public. I am a firm believer in transparency, especially when it comes to the policies and procedures. I have to say that Anchorage Police Department put their policies and procedures online multiple years ago, before it became almost mandated by other folks. I just think that since these are really, really draft, and you just really saw them for the first time, and you guys should be the first ones to see them, this is where I want to have some discussion and some feedback, and then we'll take that and we will make any changes, corrections, updates. There's a couple of things we still need to fill out, especially around the regulations and things. But I'm really proud of what enforcement's come up with here. And it is also going to be a living document. That's another good thing about good policies and procedures, is that they change. So that the idea here is that when James and his guys have their yearly or twice a year meetings, there will be a section where they're going to go over this, not only so everybody knows, but also they can make changes. So that is my intention with this. And again, 200, 300 pages total of stuff. I want to be very aware of your time, but I wanted you all to have this, and I will open myself up to any criticisms, questions, answers, whatever you want at this point. But again, I'm not going to read you 224 pages. So.
Okay. Are there any questions from board members about anything that you may have read or not seen, or I don't see anybody turning on or turning off their mic. As a general question, I appreciated this. I guess there seems to be a mixture of both personnel rules. I noticed there was a section on, grievances. If an investigator had a grievance about somebody else, or if somebody had one of them, what the procedures are. And I want to make sure that you have reviewed those, either you or the attorney, with state personnel rules, because I'm sure that all state personnel have some protections or requirements based on state personnel rules, because they are state employees, as well as rules within an office or rules within a professional conduct. I know all of our officers are sworn officers, so I assume that there's something with Police Standards Council or that lays out also a procedure for their continuing licensure. And then I think that the industry probably would also like, and maybe the board, if there was also some kind of a appropriate grievance process that persons outside the agency could bring some kind of issue or grievance or complaint about personnel within the office. And I haven't read enough to know if any of those are there. So that would just be on a general sense, given the 50 or so pages that I really have read, that I didn't see just wanted to make sure that we were in line with personnel rules. We were in line with the professional rules of police officers with Police Standards Council. And then also, if there was a section that maybe I hadn't gotten to yet about grievances from outside of the office on personnel.
No, those are all, I actually took a couple of notes that those are all really good points. And yeah, when you're dealing with certified officers, they have the double standard of having to not only abide by, and we in the office have to abide by the HR rules, but then there is another level of because of like you said, Police Standards Council, And we also hold them to a higher standard as well. So there are actually in there, there are appropriates for grievances, complaints, basically officer complaints, which you get. Although I have to say I haven't really gotten anything official across my desk, but it's a matter of time. It will happen. And that's what these are for. It's not for when everything's good. It's to protect everybody and to have a process in place that when something isn't right. And having myself been complained on as an officer, there needs to be a process. And how's that reviewed? How's it looked at? And again, I think that's part of being transparent so that people will also know that, yeah, we have a plan in place that if you complain on an officer's actions or you're, especially if they're being alleged that they're doing something improper or heaven forbid illegal, that we have that. So those are touched on in that. And along with these is unfortunately going to be a whole much more work. Just because we have 300 pages here now means you're right, we do have to have a process. Then once we have our procedure and our process for a grievance, how do you make that? Is it 800 number? Can we do emails when those come in? And then that's something that we then needs to make sure that the industries, both industries, know is available, have it on our website, have all those things. So yeah, I'm not necessarily looking forward to all the work that comes with this 300 pages, but it's the foundation of the house. Once we have that, we can start putting up the framing. So did I answer all your questions, Mr. Jones?
Pretty much. At some point, maybe you can point to what page some of those grievances are on. Ms. Wilson.
So I think I spent, Glenn, correct me, maybe 4 or 5 hours reviewing this last week. And that issue you addressed, Mr. Chair, was one of the big ones I flagged, is that we need to be consistent with state labor law and the rights of staff as state employees. I know we haven't done that comparison. I was also, I think we have to be really careful in these policies and procedures to distinguish between criminal enforcement and civil licensing enforcement. And that's not there yet. So that's going to be a huge lift. But I think we've got more than a skeleton. We've got Glenn's, a lot of his experience, and that's certainly usable. When it comes to peace officer issues, I hate to raise a thorny issue, but I think we should be working with DPS and making sure we're not creating issues that were a problem before. So just kind of showing them work product, getting their thoughts, et cetera.
Okay.
And this is something that in having those conversations, having this is the first step to actually having those conversations with them. And so now we have something to work with. And this is something that I would be pleased, if not proud, to be able to show them when they say, well, let's see what you got. So it's a step.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Holscher.
page 44 of the policies contains internal investigations and complaints against department personnel.
Thank you.
Thank you, James. I was just looking for it.
Okay.
With that said, Mr. Chairman, I think we do need to put our email address in there. As personnel like the supervisor may change in the future or has changed in the past, it's important to note that they contact that individual and provide a way to do it. And maybe a link to our website would be the appropriate way to respond, or add that in there.
Okay. Okay. So on that, James, I have a document that so I have two documents. One is AMCO Enforcement Policy and Procedure Manual, and then a draft AMCO Firearms Policy and Procedures Manual. Those are two separate documents, correct, Mr. Klinkart?
Yes, sir. And a matter of fact, one of your questions that I just noted was that in larger departments, a lot of these sections, like discipline or complaints, are in separate documents, which we certainly can do. It's just that as we were trying to draft, having 18 different separate documents was getting to be a little onerous.
Well, the reason I ask is that Mr. Holscher said it was on page 44. When I go to page 44, this is reporting response to resistance. When a physical response is necessary, the investigator must continually evaluate the situation. The director of AMCO notified of any incident that's less lethal. So my page 44 on the document that I saw doesn't correspond with what Mr. Holscher said. So I was just trying to figure out if maybe I was on the wrong document.
Are you on the firearm page?
No, sir. I am on the policy and procedure manual version 9/11/2020 PDF. It's document that's 1.5 megabytes, a PDF document.
I apologize. So the link that was provided with the documents, I attempted to open the attachments that the director had sent and they would not open. So I opened up the last version that I sent prior to this being posted. So I apologize if I
No,
was
that's fine.
mistaken.
That's fine. I just wanted to, if there was a discrepancy, and I will figure that all out sooner or later. That's not, we don't need to spend a lot of time on that here.
It's actually called internal investigations, and it's on page 73, I believe, of the one.
Okay.
9.9.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm cornering the conversation here, and I didn't mean to, but I was just, any other board members have any generalized comments based on what they've heard or what they've read, or questions to say, does this contain something that we were looking at? Mr. Schulte, you're generally somebody who comments, so.
If that's good or bad, at least I'm paying attention.
It's consistent.
I mean, I appreciate all the work that's gone into this, and I applaud the effort. I think it's an important one. I just had a question, Art, and perhaps this is for Chief Holscher. Are the AMCO officers, when they go out to alcohol and marijuana establishments, are they going armed?
Yes.
Has that proven necessary?
It's been what's been going on for the past since I got hired. So I don't know if what you mean by necessary.
Well, I asked because this was actually a point of discussion at several different times over the period during which this marijuana control board has existed. Just the whole question of whether the AMCO officers should be going to these licensed premises armed. And I couldn't recall where that fell out because I wasn't on the board for that entire duration.
Well, if you recall, when you were on the board prior to coming back on, when an investigator was hired, to include myself, you reviewed the qualifications, certifications, and everything else presented to the board by the director, and requested the concurrence to be armed, not only with you, but with the Department of Public Safety's concurrence as well, along with the alcohol board. So it's not just something that is taken lightly. There's definitely a lot more, how should I say, hoops than I've ever seen provided to an agency that's expected to enforce law. And I think that we've broached this issue as to why investigators would be armed and need to be armed. You got to remember that you're not asking us to only respond to licensees and inspections. At times, you have asked us to go investigate crimes on black market dealers, people who are actually committing crimes, who have extensive criminal histories. So I would encourage the board to keep that in mind. And this is another reason why I wish Jaime had not left and was able to make some time to speak on behalf. So you're not just hearing it from me where it sounds like it's a one-sided thing. This has never been a secret. I mean, everybody's known that investigators that work for alcohol and marijuana control are armed and have went through all the proper processes to get and become armed and stay certified. I would put our qualifications and our policies and the way that we train our investigators up there with any single agency in the state of Alaska. And I would hope the fact that you didn't know or you were unaware that we carry firearms is just more evidence that we are doing what we are required to do properly, and we don't brandish or we don't threaten or we don't take it lightly that we are armed. So I have a lot of talking points regarding this. And if we want to head down this path of being armed versus unarmed, I would greatly like you guys to have receive some discussion and make available for other investigators to speak up as well.
Thank you, Mr. Olsher. I think Mr. Brady took his mic off, but I think, and also a response, my history with alcohol starts when I came up here as an alcohol counselor back in '75. When ABC board and investigators were part of Department of Public Safety before they moved to Commerce, there was a lot of discussion, and it was a good 20 years ago, I think, when public safety decided that investigators going out for alcohol should be armed. I think it's been a long, long time, and maybe Mr. Brady has some insight into that as well. Mr. Brady?
Yeah, thank you, through the chair. Yeah, I wanted to offer that historical perspective is in my involvement in the industry. When I started 22 years ago, investigators were not armed, and that did come more recently with the shift from revenue to public safety, and thence from public safety to commerce, where it currently resides. But at the time, I do recall the discussions and debate surrounding that, and it was contentious, and I believe some of the same concerns on both sides still exist. So it's, I think, certainly worthy of discussion. And I think now, with the benefit of hindsight, just as an agency, just the having an understanding of the resources required to responsibly have armed investigators, and also with the benefit of now history of enforcement in this context, how much, as Mr. Schulte inquired, is there really a need with respect to personal safety of our investigators and the things they're doing in support of our mission? I mean, I am also curious about the history of that, and it's not, again, it's not a disparagement or criticism of our staff in any way. It's a legitimate, sincere curiosity, and I sense a little bit of defensiveness, Chief, and I know where you're coming from, and I look forward to a good, just open discussion about this, and whether or not it's the best use of our limited resources. Yeah.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to kind of explain a little bit of my defensiveness, if you will. And unfortunately for the board, some of that comes from my background. I know you guys probably don't know, but I was one of the only armed village police officers that worked in the city of Hooper Bay. And there was some discussion about if I needed a firearm then. Went through quite a bit of training, quite a bit of certifications to get to the point where they finally felt comfortable that myself individually, that I met all the qualifications to carry a gun. Fast forward to 2009, I was one of the only 2 VPSOs that was armed in the state prior to me getting hired as a alcohol and marijuana control investigator. And a lot of those same questions came up, just like you're discussing now. And to be quite frank and to kind of be blunt about things is you guys don't respond to what we respond to. And you don't see the things that we see. And a lot of times what we're met with, especially when we're not dealing with licensees, when we're at, let's say, a shoulder tap or a control buy in the past, when we had access and the tools necessary to do these, we were dealing with individuals who were less than savory, who might end up wanting to fight with us or maybe even have firearms of their own. I can tell you this right now, in the absence of me carrying a firearm in this job and the expectations that you guys have for us, I would not do the job without a firearm. And that statement does not come lightly. It's not a threat of me resigning or anything. I just know from the years of me doing this, and I would hope that the board, again, the lack of complaints, the lack of us having to use them, just having been prepared and properly trained and going through all the certifications to include all of our training documents submitted to the Alaska Police Standards Council, I would ask and implore that the board be, cognizant of the thoughts of the investigators and what exactly you guys are asking us to do. And I said this in my January report, if all you want us to do is inspections, you don't need us. I'll be honest and say you can get away with probably having an investigator 2 or somebody else classified in the state of Alaska doing our jobs. But if the wish and the will of both boards is for us to go after bootleggers, drug dealers, people who are over serving or furnishing alcohol to a minor, people who have less than desirable intentions to break state law and harm others, and you want to contribute and be a part of preventing these things from occurring for the health and safety of Alaska, then you need to take a long, strong, hard look at what tools you are offering for your investigators and who exactly will investigate these crimes if you don't have us. Will the state troopers investigate every single alcohol case that you guys are asking them to? Will they investigate the marijuana cases that you're asking them to? Will the local governments or local police departments do it? I can tell you from the past 5 years that I've been here, the answer I would think would be a strong, resounding no, because we are what you have and we prioritize, or at least I thought we prioritized what the board's wishes were in relation to the jobs that we are doing. I'll tell you that over the years of me doing this, being a supervisor, being an investigator, being somebody who has responded to atrocious things occurring, a lot of it includes alcohol and marijuana. And the reason I took this job is to have some, I guess, personal confidence that I would have a purpose to help keep the people of Alaska safe. And unfortunately, or fortunately, how you look at it is, in order for me to keep people safe, I need to make sure that I feel safe, that I have the right tools, that I'm afforded the same respect that anybody who is in my position with another department that's expected to respond and do what we do is afforded those tools. And I would just ask again that you guys look at this with open eyes and open ears and understand it's not just a simple matter of, oh, do we need a gun during an inspection? The answer to that is no. But that's not all you guys are asking us to do. And it sounds like, in the grand scheme of things, the way the direction of enforcement for alcohol and marijuana across the nation is for us to have the same powers to hold people accountable if they break a law. And I'm trying to make sense of the reasoning for even discussing this in my head. And I understand that maybe, and this is no dig on anybody, but there's a lot of ignorance involved with what investigators are doing. And that's why I'm hoping that's why we're having this meeting, so we can have this open discussion. And you guys can ask us pretty much anything you want, and we can hopefully air some of our frustrations being AMCO investigators with you guys as well. This is a work group. It's not something that I think is completely set in stone as to what direction that we head in, but there is a need for what we're talking about now. So I would implore, and I would ask for expansion of the reasoning or the concerns and what brought about those concerns, other than just not knowing. if any. Has anybody accused us of any wrongdoing? I can think of instances where firearms are involved in both alcohol and marijuana cases that we've investigated. I can think of a few instances myself where I was very uncomfortable responding to a couple calls, even one when I was going to a seizure where I felt very uncomfortable in that process. And it wasn't because I am unfamiliar with that territory. It's because I am familiar with that territory and I know the type of people that I was dealing with at that time. And I can't tell you guys or summarize that any better than that. Is just, I know my job. I know what these guys' job is. And I feel that if you guys are asking us to do something specific and target criminal activity, even if it's one of those minor things and you're expecting us to do it, that you give us your full support. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You're welcome, James. I just remind you that we, a lot of questions from a lot of generalized community about police being armed and what should happen, and a lot of discussion on how many times do we really need to send armed officers out for calls and why don't we send social workers. So I'm sure that all of that public issue will come back on our investigators, you, as well as our local police departments as well.
Mr. Chairman, and my response to that would be, if nobody's life would be jeopardized by doing it, to try it out. But you and I know the answer to that. It's not, there's not a black or white type thing. It's something that is kind of, with AMCO, we're kind of right in the middle, where people expect us to do something, but we also are expected to do civil things. So I do agree with your statement, but the tone of the country, or some parts of the country, shouldn't set the tone for something that we definitely have had no issues with. That we definitely do our best to prevent. We try to educate ourselves. We try to do everything possible to mitigate the chances of something bad occurring. And a lot of times in the midst of this, a lot of times the lives of the people that we're asking to do these things is not thought of. It's everybody else that's thought of first. And I just want to let you know the defensiveness that I speak about, I'll continue to speak about, because it is my safety. It is the safety of these investigators. I have a family. I definitely want to be able to go home to them every single time and have the best chance possible. And I know every single one of these guys shares that same feeling. And I just want you guys to understand that. And I apologize for, but as you understand, this is a very sensitive issue with me, but I can clearly discuss it and I can articulate exactly why that these types of us carrying firearms is needed. So thank you, and hopefully I'll be done on that issue for now.
I understand that. I spent many years as a crisis social worker in lots of homes with the police sitting in their car outside the home, but I was in the home without them. And I've done a lot of work on Skid Row and Spokane, where I would go into bars and in back alleys and the cops wouldn't. So yes, I understand the difference. I also do a lot of ride-arounds. I've tried to ride around with you guys, but COVID has interfered, and I can't always go with Mr. Inspector Johnson to go to Haynes or Port Protection, because you guys probably wouldn't pay my airplane ticket. But and so anyway, I understand it. Mr. Schulte.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've almost forgotten my question, actually, a long time ago. My question has nothing to do with current political trends or what's going on in the country. It's completely unrelated. I merely wanted to understand better how representatives of a regulatory body were being perceived by our licensees. It has come up before. Some licensees have expressed dismay at being presented with armed inspectors over metric tags. It's not a judgment. I'm not asking it to be explained. In fact, I'd really rather it not be explained at this point. I think we spent quite enough time on it. I have no further questions.
Thanks, Mr. Schulte. Any other generalized questions about the sort of policies and procedures that we've been sent, or any idea of where the board members want to go now? These are drafts. I think we have seen them. These are not out for public. I know there's lots of the industry on here and they have not seen any of these, and probably won't for a while. So if there's other questions, or what would the board like to do? Would you like to set aside a half an hour for further discussion at our October meeting? Would you like to schedule a different meeting? Where would you like to proceed? Since we do have the ABC board, I think, is meeting September 30 to go over these same processes. I will attend and be able to report back sort of what their differences are, since we are jointly in this process. Our investigators handle both. So sort of looking for some general direction or concerns or suggestions from board members. Don't everybody speak at once.
Well, I'll jump in there since I've been accused of talking too much. Ironic. I guess I'd be curious to hear from the director as to how he'd like to see this proceed.
Mr. Klinkert?
Thank you, through the chair. Well, this is huge. Just the fact that we're having this conversation is a huge leap forward. I mean, we had to do that work. Now it's this. Now what I'd like to kind of suggest we do is let me have the same discussion with the ABC. And I suspect, I've already taken some notes, there are some other things we need to work on. But like I said, this is a moving, living document. And I think that this is something that enforcement needs, we all need. There are some bigger, longer term pictures that have just been discussed about where we want to go, but these are the rules. So my thought is let's see what the ABC folks also say, and based on that, try very hard to try and get these policies and procedures in place, checked off with HR, all of the other folks that are involved, so that we can at least have a starting place. And I guess what I would say is, let me come back to you at the October meeting and tell you where we're at, how ABC went, and what we think the next motions should be. Would that suffice?
Mr. Brady, you were raising your hand there.
Yeah, appreciate to the chair. I think, as Director Klinkart pointed out, after we on the alcohol side have this discussion, and I imagine it'll go similarly, I think it would be appropriate for our two groups to perhaps come together after that, and after Klink has had a chance to kind of do what he's described, and then we can take a more focused look as our two groups together, because this is an area of direct overlap at a pretty basic level. So I think maybe just setting aside a discussion of this issue after our two boards come out of it would be useful.
Okay. Any other comments from board members? Mr. Miller, Mr. DeShock?
Right now, I don't have any questions, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you.
I have none either. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Olsher.
I just want to say that I really hope that firearms wasn't only going to be the discussion that we had surrounding this 200-page document. It's disheartening to put forward this much work and have this expectation only to get have something how should I say, contentious with everybody to be discussed. I think there's I just feel a little disheartened that we're sitting here. We had almost 3 hours.
James, yeah. let me just pause you there. I do not have the same perception that you have. I think if you got 200 pages and there was a question on, are you really armed or not? was the only comments you got, that probably 199 of those pages was just fine. I think at the same time, we are volunteers. We are 5 members of a board that supervise a director. You don't want us to ask you questions about every comma on page 22 and 66. And so please do not take that the only comments we had was related to firearms on this whole project, because that's not the case. Just, you know, your forbearance is wanted by us to let us make sure we stay out of your business as much as we can and still give you some direction that you can. So I would just caution that from my perception of the questions and the comments and the discussion that we had both before and after lunch, that I don't think firearms was the only thing that we're concerned about, and probably the least thing that we're concerned about at this point. But
well, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate that. Thank you. That gives me some reassurance.
you know, I've been around this a long time and writing regulations in state government. You know, if I can write 22 pages of regulations and I get one comment, even though I may hate that comment, I feel pretty good about the other 21 pages. So anyway, that's just my perception. So if Mr. Klinkart, then I guess what I'm hearing is I will attend the ABC meeting. We will have a report. Probably want to set aside, you know, half hour, 45 minutes for a discussion. I would ask board members to read the other policies that are out there, and if there are any updates from Mr. Klinkart, that he get those out to us, and anything that the attorney wants, and we'll just have a full report at the October meeting, and then we can decide whether it's time to either get the 2 boards together to see if we can agree on the policies, and if we get general agreement, then we can make them public, and for not for comment, but for some, you know, for education and information. And then based on that, if there are comments or questions, we can deal with any potential revisions or whatever from that point on. I don't think they're like a regulation and really aren't up for public comment and approval. This is pretty internal. So if that's okay, then I think we will go off the law enforcement or the enforcement policies, unless there's any other comments or questions from board members. Okay, then we are on to, I guess it's tab 5, which is the fine schedule discussion. I think if you remember from our last meeting when we were talking about potential work groups, and I know that Mr. Jaime was particular about wanting to have sort of the fine schedule come back. And before we make any decision on whether or not we should have a working group or whether this is more of a regulation project, I'm glad that we have brought the subject back. And I also see that there's a proposed fine schedule for alcohol, and that says Senate Bill 52. So is that the bill that passed or hasn't passed yet, Mr. Klinkart?
That is the bill that was my guess, and I am not a political person, that was set to pass, but then with COVID and everything else, it's been put on a back burner. And so this is the closest thing I could find to a fine schedule that had been discussed ad nauseum for over several years within the alcohol industry. And I certainly would invite Mr. Brady to tell us more about that. But this was kind of wanting to show both boards, apples and oranges, or ideally, I want us to get to apples and apples on these. So.
I believe that there's been a public group for 9 years to rewrite the Title IV laws, and it's failed in 2 full sessions, if not 3. So I just wanted to know sort of where that came from. Maybe Mr. Brady can describe what the alcohol board has been looking at in terms of whether they have that as a regulation or whether they're just trying to get it all part of statute.
So, the chair, so being involved in that group for the past 10 years, the fine schedule and the entire, can you guys still hear me?
Yes.
Okay, cool. All right. The fine schedule was integral to kind of a philosophical restructuring of how the enforcement side interacted with industry, and it was taking things that were Class A misdemeanors previously and turning them into speeding tickets. So that was a centerpiece of the entire enforcement philosophy. So the discussion about the idea of a ticket versus a NOV or a citation, something more administrative that, maintenance type things, advisories, something that carried some weight, but not a Class A misdemeanor level. So that's where that came from, and industry was hugely in favor of this. So that's kind of the history of where that came from. And as was alluded to in that work group, I mean, the stakeholders group, it's called the Title IV Stakeholders Work Group. On the enforcement side, there were public health, law enforcement, industry, pretty much every constituency that could get under the tent was there as part of that discussion. So I think the fundamental ideology or philosophy of a fine schedule as is presented was fully embraced, so non-contentious. So should be a slam dunk. It's just now getting it in place so we can now start to figure out the issues with it. But we're not there yet.
Okay. Mr. Klinkert.
Yeah, so that's kind of why it was included, is that here I saw a process that was other than being blessed by the legislature, which arguably this was never there. In all the hearings I went through, nobody had any problems with this because it was so widely accepted. So I thought, okay, let's use this as something that if not very soon, relatively soon, will probably become law. The other thing that I've been trying to look at, and this is why we're talking about, this idea of fines and the amounts, is when I look at the latest regulations project of a fine schedule, this apple and orange. And when you compare like violations with what was kind of in the last project, there's quite a difference. And I want us to have this conversation because I think that I'm also a firm believer that the punishment should fit the crime. And yet there needs to be also somebody in like the board's situation where they have the freedom to increase or decrease something. But when you look at these, I'd like us to get to a point in some sort of discussions or through a regs project or working groups and come up something very much with in line with what alcohol has on this other document that is fair, consistent, and also enforceable. At the same time, as we'll see in this next part, having a process that allows you, the board, to look for those exceptions or to look for those really heinous issues and be able to make good judgments and make good penalties if need be. So this is the discussion I want us to have. I would like to have this only for the next 15 minutes because I want to get to what is really the big part of this conversation, and that is this process. So I leave it back to you, Chairman. Thank you.
Okay. Comments or questions from board members that are here? Okay. So we have the fine schedule that we had proposed, which was a regulations project that we pulled back. And we see what the ABC board had been looking at least that was going to be put into a statute. And I assume somebody will introduce that in January when the new legislature comes in, and whether or not they deal with it's another question, but I assume that'll be there. So Mr. Klinkert, you are I guess we were looking at whether this should remain a regulations project, or should we make a working group out of this to do a little bit more work on this before we reinstitute a regulations project. I guess that's what you were talking about, process. Do you and/or Ms. Wilson have any suggestions as to what might be the best way to proceed without interfering with, I guess, the legal process of regulation development? Since I don't think anybody's suggesting we, like alcohol, would make this part of our statute. That this, if this came into place, this would be a regulation.
Right, right.
Is this a working group you envision the industry participating in as well, or solely board members?
No, I think strictly probably no board members, or maybe one as a sponsor, but it would be an industry group. It would be maybe other persons that are interested, certainly enforcement staff, similar to what we're doing, Mr. Miller did on the transportation piece, so that then we could take that work product and then decide if and how that might come into a regulations project. But since we already had a regulations project and it went out for public comment and we pulled it back, I was not sure about how we could proceed without it remaining a regulations project. And if it is, then the industry really couldn't be involved. But I think the industry wants to be involved. So.
And you envision fairly substantive revisions based upon?
Well, I guess my vision would be, we put this out for regulation comment. It went through a subcommittee of members of the board, myself and Mr. Jaime. It's gone. We went through at least 2 or 3 revisions because before Mr. Jaime, I worked with the previous law enforcement person on our board, the police chief in Sitka. It's been out for public comment at least twice, and we have not adopted it. So I guess my vision would be we can use this as maybe a place to start, but I would think that we would frame this as we're starting back at 0.
Yeah.
And that our idea is to come up with some structure that gives the industry some idea of what they might face in terms of violating certain of our regulations. And then how would we move that into a regulations project? So I guess long-winded, go back to whole cloth and start over.
Yeah. I believe you can start this as a working group with industry involved. I do believe whatever end product you have will need to become a regulation, because fine schedules should be set, as you know, in regulation. And, there'll be a public comment period, perhaps 2 public comment periods, depending on how much additional input you want. But I don't see it as an unfair advantage to anyone, or a violation of the APA to start it, Administrative Procedure Act, to start it as a work group.
Okay. Any comments or concerns from the board about how to proceed? Mr. Miller.
So, I do kind of like taking it through the working group, and you probably forget this, but you and I also worked on this fine schedule together as well. And there was a pretty big disparity based on the crime and the penalty.
Yes.
And so I would encourage it. And it is nice to see the alcohol's fine schedule, because I think that kind of, sets people's perspective on similar offenses in the marijuana industry. So I would support starting with a working group, but, I guess my biggest wish is the penalty does reflect the crime.
Okay. And since I guess I've been involved with the police chief of Sitka, the current lieutenant, and you, I'm probably the last person that should be part of the work group. And I agree. I do think we need to take this back to whole cloth. We also at the last meeting had some other things as work groups, and we were trying to come up with what work group should come first. But I also know there was a lot of discussion about this. So is there a general consensus from the board that we need to add this to that process and officially review all of the potential work groups and do that? Or do you feel that this is sufficient, that maybe this should be our next working group, given that Mr. Miller's transportation working group was our first one? Mr. Miller.
Hey, I was trying to finish my thought. I guess, have we reviewed the entire list and set the priorities on the other working groups yet, Mr.?
I don't believe we have. I think we reviewed the list at the last meeting, and I'm trying to remember what we did, but I think in the last meeting, we had a discussion from your work group. I think we were waiting for some input from the board as to other work groups. I know there was testing. There was another part of your transportation. There was the education courses and how we regulate those. And then Mr. Jaime raised the issue of the fine schedule. So no, I don't think we have gone through that whole list and prioritized it. And that's why I was asking that maybe we needed to do that before we formed a working group around this, because we only have a certain amount of staff and we only have a certain amount of time. And I don't want to suddenly have some project jump ahead of what the board members feel might be some of our other more important work groups. Long-winded, I don't think we've set those priorities yet, Mr. Miller.
All right. Well, I guess in lack of other priorities, I wouldn't oppose making this our next working group, since there's already so much background work done on it and information already gathered. I think it could move along pretty quickly. So I wouldn't oppose if this was our next one.
Okay. Mr. DeShock.
Yeah, just was this particular one requested by the legislature for us to come up with?
No, this was somewhat of a reaction with the previous director and with enforcement, that there was a lot of concern about when NOVs were issued, when accusations were made, when the board decided on whether to act and to find a member, a licensee that had violated a rule or rules, and set a fine. And so we have taken sort of what the then administration would say, we think you should issue a fine of $10,000 or $5,000 or $2,000. And most of the time we have either accepted that and then reduced the fine or suspended part of it. And both the board and I think industry felt that we weren't always consistent in our thinking. We weren't always consistent in what we suspended or what we didn't suspend, what we considered to be important versus what we considered to be minor. And so out of all of that came, if we had a fine schedule, if the industry knew that if, they served a minor and they got caught, this is what their fine would be. This is what their penalty would be if they didn't renew their license or whatever. And so that's where we started that process, but it was not anything from the legislature. And it was, again, trying to come up with something that everybody could agree to take away the criticism of everything's discretionary, and that's not the right way to go.
Yeah, I would. We definitely want to standardize it. I would hope that there would be some direction. I would hope that the board would receive some direction from the legislature when we start talking about levying fines and stuff. There are changes, there's regulations, but some of these I think we need a larger buy-in than what our board can actually offer. That's my initial opinion. I could have my voice or my opinion change, but that's my initial take at it. It's a big thing to put in place. We'll end up some of these violations back to what we ask enforcement to do. If enforcement is coming in to tell me that I'm getting ready to get an NOV for something, and then I'm going to have to do X, that's going to elicit something different than all of a sudden the decision to enforce a certain policy is going to cost me $10 or $15 or $25,000, or I don't know if there's one that's 25,000, but there's at least 15,000 on here. That's going to make me a lot more likely to be upset to see enforcement coming to the door. I think it just changes a lot of things without complete public buy-in and elected officials. That's my thought.
Okay. And I would think part of the working group process would be regulation, or do we move this up through the chain of the department and the governor's office in terms of a legislative request to, make changes to our statute? But I think that could be also part of the consideration of the working group. Mr. Schulte, you were looking as if you were still thinking.
I was, because I was trying to recall exactly what portion of this is defined in statute and versus what we have the leeway to create for ourselves. And I don't have the statute in front of me, so that's hence my puzzled look.
I think the statute says we can set the regulations and I guess the penalties for the fine or penalties for violation that's civil. Since I think most of the marijuana statute is civil, there's still some criminal statutes out there related to possession. And I think on the alcohol side, there's much more of the alcohol violations are criminal under criminal code, not all Title IV, but Title 11. And I don't think there's very much on our business that is in code, criminal code. So it's pretty much civil fines. And that's sort of why it sets up, we have the appeal process, and then you have the Office of Public Hearings and all of that, just simply because it's a civil process. But I would hope that could be part of what the attorney might work out with the working group is to, what would, if they did X, is that better for regulation or statute or those kinds of things?
We could do that. Oh, I'm sorry, sir.
Ms. Wilson.
You do have at least two statutes I see here that set out fines. For example, 1738-030, restrictions on personal cultivation and public consumption. So yeah, in some cases, I'd say bare bones compared to alcohol. It's there, but that doesn't stop you from exercising your powers to punish the other conduct that's not statutorily set out. You couldn't go contrary to what's set out in the statute, as you know, unless you change the statute.
Mr. Schulte.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman. So I realize that between the two industries, alcohol and marijuana, we have a different situation because most of the alcohol regs are defined in statute. Most of the marijuana regs are not. I would prefer to maintain that, not out of any disrespect for the legislature, just because I think that we're a smaller body, more responsive to the licensees, able to act quicker, able to act quarterly instead of once a year. I think that for all those reasons, I would much rather see this fine schedule be developed, as an attachment or addenda to our regulations rather than punting it to the legislature. Because obviously, certainly their input would always be welcome, but I don't know that handing it off to that body for deliberation would necessarily be efficient.
I agree. After 40 years in Juneau and around state government, the unintended consequences of getting the legislature involved are immense. You never get the product out you think you started out with. So what I'm hearing then is that this is probably important. And the process we have used with the other working group is that the director will lay out what the tasks are involved, who should be part of the working group and help to form that up. And generally, we've had at least one board member involved in that as either the sponsor or somebody to be part of the group to at least listen. That probably should not be me. I don't know if Mr. Jaime has the time. Mr. Miller has been involved in the transportation ones. So I guess Mr. Schulte, Mr. Miller, Mr. DeShock, are either one of you three interested in being the board member to work with the director in putting this work group together and getting it started?
The work group on the fine schedule?
Yes.
I have no problem with it. Somebody else probably has more experience and more history with it, but if anybody else is busy, I can work with the director on that.
You will find out if you volunteer, you won't get anybody objecting. Okay, so what I'm hearing then, Mr. Klinkhart, is that you need to go through the process you did with the transportation and sort of put the working paper together, work with Mr. DeShock as the board member responsible for that. And you two can report back in October where you're at, or even if you've met yet, and then develop who needs to be on the working group, get those invitations out, and put that together. I don't think we're looking for any resolution until probably January or beyond, given timeframes. So I know Ms. Wilcox is on here, so she will be aware that they will probably be getting contacted and saying, send us your best, not your worst. Anyway, so is that sufficient? Have you got the direction you need, Mr. Klinkhart?
Absolutely. That's what I kind of hoped we would at least move forward, and that's a forward motion. And this and the other 2 or 3 things that we've touched on in the last 2 hours gets us to this next part. So we're on track. Thank you.
Okay. And then I would bring back to the October meeting the list of all the other potential work groups. So,
Yes,
and sort of a status of where the transportation one is, where you're at on this one, and then what are the other ones. And then maybe in October, we can look at what becomes number 3, but knowing that it may not happen for a few months.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. So then we're on to, where are we at, Mr. Klinkhart? Are we on enforcement process?
We are on the process, kind of how do we bring all of this together in a perfect world? And I know we're not in a perfect world, but okay. Thank you for everybody who has kind of, stuck with me here. Let me share my screen. What I was going to do actually was, there we go, share. What I was going to do was kind of walk through and take comments as we went through, but let me change screens here. I want it on the other screen. Okay, well, I'm just going to do it this way then. Okay, and let us in that. All right, I'm going to zoom in a little bit so people can kind of see this. All right, so I was a little shocked when I started asking, can somebody please explain to me the process of investigations and enforcement? Specifically, when do we give warnings? When do we do NOVs? Well, what exactly is an NOV? There has been, I actually kind of did this for me a number of months ago, started this because I think that, and as I started asking other people, I was shocked